Check, 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 check. Hello! Perfect. Okay, so let's start. This semester is almost in the books, and we have one final thing to do. It's our presentations from your fabulous semester projects. And then we can celebrate tomorrow evening in the game lab and have a lot of fun. But first, we will enjoy your games and animations. So let's start and enjoy the show.
Team? Where's the first team?
Hi, have you ever wanted to become a ruler?
Meep. 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 Meep.
Meep.
Meep. Meep.
So, what you just saw was the trailer for our upcoming game, If Logic Works, Then We're Fine. A game in which you get to become the ruler of a new developing society called the Meeps, which are a helpless little creature and they rely on you to help them. But before we jump into the game, let's meet the team first. Unfortunately, Alex could not come here today. I will be taking over their part of the presentation. They are our environment and 3D artist. I am Anja, I am the art lead and production manager.
I'm Jana, I'm the programmer and the vision keeper of the game.
I'm Sören, I'm the lead programmer and UI programmer.
I'm Noah, I'm the soundy.
So let's start with the design approach first, how we went from all of these mock-ups, sketches, and iterations to our finalized product with a strong visual. Looking at the meeps first, going from programmer art to a finalized character design. I went off of Jana's first sketch that she did for the pitch and did iterations on it. As you can see, I pretty much got the final design down pretty early. That was because I set up 4 rules for myself to follow in order to have a nice character design. I wanted to make the meeps recognizable first. They are the poster child of our game, and they needed to have a strong visual to them. They also had to be simple but expressive. Since there will be hundreds of meeps on your screen when you're playing, you should easily make out their emotions. That's why they have such a huge head and huge eyes. Third rule was that they should not evoke too much empathy, since we wanted to cater to 2 types of players. The ones that love killing and chaos, and the ones that love peace and order between their meeps. Last rule was that they had to be easily animatable. So since I was the only animator on the team, I gave them small noodle-like limbs so I can make easy animations like these, for example. Now on to UI design, which was all about connection. I really wanted to make the UI pop and have a haptic feeling to it. The buttons look like they are pushing out of the screen, and the player wants to click them because they look so clickable. There's also the point of smooth connectivity in the rule blocks. Everything fits together perfectly and does a nice clicking sound. And there's also believability. Since the UI is completely non-diegetic, I still wanted it to look as if it's fitting into the universe of the meeps, as if it can exist in their world. And lastly, they are the icons. They are simple and clear, so we can convey all the needed details without having to use any text. And all of this resulted in a satisfying game feel. Onto the environment. Alex created the environment with TileWorld Creator 4, which was used to create this tile-based world. And they were also able to assign tags to the tiles if needed. As for their design process, they would start with concept sketches using references, and then would send us a poll, which we could then give feedback on and iterate on the designs more, which resulted in a nice finished 3D model. So to summarize the design process, Alex would start with a sketch, then did iterations based on our feedback, which then resulted in a nice 3D model we could use for our game.
Coming to the technical part of the game, we created the game having 2 main things in mind. First of all, it is a sandbox game, so it should be expandable later on after we had the MVP. And as Anja already said, we wanted to have a lot of meeps in the game, so performance was very important. I was in charge of the movement, and the base structure is like a grid logic, and as already said in Alex's part, we combined the prefabs made by the artists through tags with the underlying tile logic. The grid is also the basic for the A-star pathfinding algorithm I used, and I did some research on data-oriented technology stacks for further performance boost. This consists of the ECS, the job system, and the burst compiler, and it allows you to choose which of those 3 components you want to include into your game, because they do not depend on each other. And I decided for our game to use the job system and the burst compiler, which means that our code now is multi-threaded, and the burst compiler converts the C# code into very optimized native machine code. And I decided against the ECS because that would have required some code restructuring.
Now onto the rule mechanic, the if and then statements that the player can use to program the meeps. I coded these with inheritance and polymorphism in mind, so that through the code it does not matter which condition or reaction it is, so the manager can have any combination of reaction and condition possible. And they are also scriptable objects, so you can load them from the at runtime from the folder itself, instead of having to assign them manually in the inspector. And I did the achievements as well, which had the same inheritance and polymorphism in mind, but important to note the condition that has to be met for the achievement to be completed is a separate class, so that achievements could potentially have multiple conditions in the future without much code change. Yeah, these are the rewards the player can get with rule blocks, which can be easily set artist-friendly in the inspector. You just have to drag the scriptable objects in, so they don't have to touch any scripts.
So for the sound, I basically gave myself one big rule, is trying to keep most of the sounds naturalistic and realistic, because I thought it would fit the aesthetic of the game. For the music, I made multiple tracks that changed depending on the game's intensity and meep count. And for the meeps themselves, the group had the idea that I just walk around uni recording a lot of people saying meep into the microphone. And I think that worked out pretty well to give the game a goofy feel.
Now let's take another look at our game. Okay, so we do have a free play mode, but for now we'll stay in the play mode, in the regular one. This is our tutorial guy. We will not need him today. So let's apply our first rule. If hungry, then find food. Let's take a look at our achievements. We have quite a lot, but for now let's stay with the first village achievement, which means that we try to have 20 meeps. So let's have the green ones reproduce. Nice, we got the achievement. Now we unlocked some new rule blocks, the die and the build bridge one. So let's try out the build bridge one and let the green ones build a bridge to a new island. Oh, and we unlocked a new island. And that's it with the gameplay for now.
We also conducted several user testings throughout the months, where we asked players questions like, did seeing the meeps die make you sad? And as you can see, we have a pretty broad spectrum of people finding it sad, or people not finding it sad at all. And we think this is fine, because we want to adhere to multiple different play styles, and this is a pretty good result. We also asked for them to provide more ideas, of which some of them even ended up in the game.
And lastly, our key takeaways. Since this was our first experience on a long-term team project, we all had different kinds of key takeaways. So mine would be that I need to work on my time management and self-assessment, as I would overscope on my own skills, which then resulted in not meeting deadlines and setting false expectations for my team, and I really want to work on that.
For me, it was mostly the collaboration between two programmers, because you definitely have to separate what tasks which person does.
And for me, it was balancing multiple roles. So because I was the vision keeper programmer and did some game design, sometimes the roles didn't end up having equal amount of time. So this is something I would change next time.
So, if we have piqued your interest, then come visit our booth for If Logic Works, then we're fine. There will be stickers, pickles, and a game you can play.
Hello everybody. We would like to present to you our semester project, and without further ado, let's watch our animation.
Cheating in cards, petty theft, robbery, arson. You fucked my wife! Hey! You ruined everything. I don't want to deal with you anymore, shitface. Get out.
So that was our animation project called Lucky Strike, and we are the team behind it. I'm Marie, I am the project manager.
I am Yasmina, I'm the vision keeper and the character concept artist.
I'm Ivan, I was the tech artist.
I'm Maria, I was a concept artist for assets and also a 3D sculptor.
I'm Mick, I was the concept artist for the environment and also the 2D asset artist.
And those are the amazing people behind our sound.
So, starting off strong with the conceptual foundation, the plot point of this 3D animated Western short is the conflict between the town's sheriff and the everlasting thorn in his side, the extremely lucky outlaw that always gets away with everything. Speaking about the two main characters, let's take a further look at their concepts. Even though I had a fairly strong idea of their appearance at first, I still experimented with different garments and silhouettes, and after putting it to a vote and discussing it amongst each other, we compiled elements that we liked into the final, well, almost final look you can see on the right. And the colors, red and blue, were purposefully chosen to further show off the personalities and relationship through visual storytelling. I chose red for the outlaw for their unpredictable personality, and blue as a main color scheme for the sheriff being a lawful individual. Next come the pose and expression sheets that I did to not only help myself, but help convey these, most importantly, help convey these characters to my team to help us animate them better. I wanted the sheriff to come off as strict, but also short-tempered, and the outlaw to come off as carefree, cocky, but also awkward in some aspects. And after everything was said and done, I moved on to the character turnaround sheet, which I tried to make sure to have clean line art and clean shapes for Maria to further translate these characters into 3D.
Here you can see a few of our concept arts for the environment. We first started off with doing some color thumbnails to lock down the style and the color theme for our animation, and we decided on this rather soft but still fun and expressive color scheme that represents our story pretty much. And you can also see a location design and some rock designs to help further with 3D props later on, and also with the 2D backgrounds we decided to use for the far off distance. Here you can see some of those backgrounds. We try to elevate the painterly feel. We try to aim for as much as possible through those backgrounds, and I tried as much as possible to match the mood of every specific scene. For example, this is the last scene, and it's a nod to typical Western endings where they ride off into the sunset.
In the same time, I was working on the concept art of the town, and I had a very important goal there to make the design build around the gallows, because they play a pretty significant role in our story. On top of that, I was trying to make the town look and its design and architecture a little bit more cartoonish in order to fit the aesthetics of our animation. And when all the concept art was already done, I moved on translating the 2D look of our main characters into the 3D environment. And I did my best to convey the art style of our vision keeper in order to make the characters still also fit into our animation and the look of it. Also, the sheriff was a special case because, well, as you can see, he has a face, so I had to put a little bit more effort and make his facial features a little bit more expressive and sharp in order for the animation to feel a little bit more believable, and so the viewers could sympathize the character more.
And after the characters were sculpted, retopologized, and UV unwrapped, I went ahead and manually textured both of them, still keeping in mind the painterly and cartoony aesthetics that we chose to go with.
After this, I also worked on the 3D assets. It's a little bit of a technical stuff now, but I tried to make this as efficient as it possible, because we had plenty of assets we have to do. So I decided to separate a lot of parts so we can reuse them later to create a lot of more variations in each, for example, houses or, I don't know, doors.
And here you can see some of the assets retopologized and textured. We tried to follow the concept art closely while also giving them some interesting color variation. As for our technical approach, our main software was Blender, which we used to animate and render. We used a very simple stylized PBR shader Most of the textures, I mean, some of the textures were hand painted and others were baked and applied in Substance Painter. And most assets were manually retopologized for better loop flow, except some minor ones. As for rigging, we used Rigify to get a humanoid preset for the characters and get a nice convenient interface. And we just added other features on top, like clothes and accessories. We had a lot of simulated parts for which we used spring bones. And for the Outlaw's eyes, we actually used Grease Pencil to be able to give him some custom hand-drawn facial expressions. Every one of us was animating, so we needed a flexible file linking system, which you can see here. And this way, each shot could be edited separately, including the shot's length. And as for rendering, we used Blender's real-time engine Eevee, which received a lot of upgrades in the last year, and it kept render times at just a few seconds per frame, despite us using a bunch of polymetrics and subdivisions.
So a little bit about our production. We started, of course, with the script and the thumbnails, figuring out the main story and moving things around. Then we moved on to our beatboards and storyboards with temporary sound to give the sound some guidance. And while we gathered input and viewer feedback, we adjusted our animatic and already started with the asset production, so with the sculpts, to be faster. Afterwards, we split all of the shots between all 5 of us, so the animation phase was faster because all of us animated, actually. And at the end, it was all about lighting, compiling, rendering, and then, of course, adding the final sounds. Some key takeaways we have is to not overscope. We kind of shot ourselves in the foot by having a too long animatic. It was over 4 minutes long. So we did have to kill our darlings, which was unfortunately a very funny scene, but not essential to our story that we had completely cut out. Another important thing is to update regularly. Even if you didn't do anything for a couple of days, it is very important for the team to know that. So every task can be adjusted and everyone knows how far we are. And the most important part is work is very fun with the right people. We had a lot of fun making this project and we are very proud of ourselves, I think. And yeah, that was it. If you want to talk to us or look at our animation again, come visit us at our booth this afternoon. Thank you.
Check, check. Right, check. Right, so before we start, I want everyone in this room and watching to imagine what it's like being a mouse. Imagine living peacefully together with your loving family in the cold heart of an Irish castle. Your kind thrives for years in secrecy, unseen by the outside world and believing that this hidden dream would last forever. Imagine seeing everything around you from a different perspective, from a different angle, from down below, you could say. Through cracks in stone and shadows in the halls. One careless moment, though, changes everything for you and for your kind. Imagine fear spreading as one of the humans catches one of your kind in the halls and follows. As your family is exterminated and your home becomes a hunting ground. Imagine the humans returning to comfort, convinced that they solved their mouse. Not real, their mouse issue, sorry. Unaware of what they have actually created, living in the shadows and wanting to get revenge. Imagine being the mouse of Blarney Castle. Now, what you just saw was the trailer for our third semester game project, The Mouse of Blarney Castle. And I am Moritz, the one and only programmer and sound manager.
I'm Lucy, I'm the vision keeper, environment artist, and level designer.
I'm Monique, I'm the production manager and tech artist.
I'm Louis, I'm storyboard and cutscene artist.
I'm Hannah, I'm the tech artist, animator, and concept design artist.
And I'm Vincent, I'm the soundy.
So in this action-adventure stealth game, you play a killer mouse that explores the Blarney Castle and tries to kill the royal inhabitants living there with everything it's got in its surroundings, as an act of revenge for his dead relatives.
This is Puka, the main character of our story. When he was young, he lived in the Blarney Castle and everything was peaceful. But everything changed when one day, the king decided that he wanted to mobilize his forces and exterminate the mice from the castle. Unfortunately, many of the mice died during this, but Puka managed to survive, barely. All of the mice managed to die on the castle. The mice fell into the river, unconscious. Puka managed to swim to shore. Many of the mice died during this. Puka reached the safe place at the edge of the castle near the woods and vowed to get revenge.
Okay, so this is Puka, the last living mouse of Blarney Castle. While he may look cute and innocent, his mission is grave. Revenge on the 3 royals that demanded the death of his family. There's one problem. As you can see, he's tiny and frail and pretty easy to kill. So, to solve this, he will have to be super sneaky and plan ahead. He's able to switch between a 2-legged and a 4-legged mode. He can pick objects up, carry them around, or push them. He can also squeak, which will attract or lure the guards to his position. Du musst nicht. Okay, so these are the royal triplets. They rule the Blarney Castle and are the targets of Puka, so the ones in the middle. And they go about their daily lives, walking around, sleeping in their chambers, unaware. And they are protected by the guards, the one on the left. And those are suspicious of every sight and sound. They patrol around the gardens and castle grounds, always on the lookout. And at the beginning of our game, while they still will try to catch you, Later on, they will kill you on sight.
Right, so without further ado, let's get into some actual gameplay. So, just wait. Right, so this is the mouse character actually in the environment. As you can see, you can change between 4 and 2 legs. And your mission is fairly simple. As we've already established, your only real mission is to kill every single royal in the family. Now, let's just head our way over to the actual inside of the castle. But we have to be very careful of the guards surrounding us, because those are going to be the ones that are, well, going to kill us. So, in our first attempt, we're immediately getting spotted by one of the royals. We're immediately going to activate some of the guards, and they're now going to hunt for the player. Even though we can try to kill one of the royals, which is surrounded by the actual guards, you can quickly see if they surround you, you die. So this time, let's maybe take a different approach. Let's try to go on about this a bit more sneakily. So as we make our way back into the castle, let's try to actually avoid the guards this time, and the royals, of course, which spotted us in the first place. Now let's make our way up, as we already know where one of the royals actually resides, which is on the top floor. And maybe let's take a different route, as this is a massive castle, and we can take every single nook and cranny there is. We can take advantage of our size and make use of the environment. Not only can we make our way to the castle more easily because of our size, we can actually use certain objects that are scattered in the castle to try and kill one of the royals, which we're going to try to do right now. So let's make our way to the top floor, this time with a different route. And as we've already established, if one of the guards spots you, you can hide with the environment. Now let's quickly make our way past this guard without them catching us. And now let's try to burn this royal with the firewood that is in the environment. So we take a stick, light that on fire, and burn the environment around the royal, making him collapse. No, that's 1 out of 3.
So the previous videos have already given you an insight about how our game looks like. We were inspired by styles like League of Legends, Ruined King, and Tales of the Shire. We choose this style for 2 reasons. One, optimization. The models can be quite low poly because most of the details come through hand-painted textures. And secondly, it was a nice contrast between the colors and this cheerful look versus our quite dark themes about revenge and murder. Here you can see how we planned the game to look like. These are very early mock-ups, and how it actually looks like in the game.
So, as the name suggests, our game takes place in and around the Blarney Castle. It's set in the medieval age in South Ireland, where the autumn season is setting in, and the fog slowly rises, and the leaves are turning, orange. My main part as an environment artist was to design a space that is both encouraging the stealthy gameplay, embracing the exploration part, and enhancing the feeling of being a tiny little mouse in a big human world. For that, we built a huge castle with 5 floors, and then to stack the gameplay into a vertical one to make it more intense, to feel really small besides the humans, and as even simple objects become huge obstacles to overcome. As you can see, the castle is built with modularity because it yeah, it took some time to plan it, but in the end it was a huge game changer because it was easy to stack all the floors into each other with just using a small set of assets. And okay, cool, that's sad. But imagine a wonderful walk, a fly through around the castle. And besides the stealthy gameplay, there's plenty of things to explore in the environment, inside and outside as well. So if you dare to be curious, you will find a lot of hidden secrets in there as well, while exploring the nature when you need the off time from being chased by the guards.
Okay, so all our human animations were made with motion capture. We wanted the animations to be lifelike, dramatic, and fun. And given the time it would have taken us to do this by hand, it was just easier to use motion capture. And it was very interesting and very practical, and yeah, just a wonderful alternative to doing it by hand.
Over the course of development, we did multiple user tests and internal play tests, and we gained really valuable insights, and the user tests had a big impact on our decision to reduce the scope. We learned that we really had to focus on the MVP, and we even learned more about our MVP. At the playtest, we've had kills, but they were not yet satisfying yet. We've had a mouse and controls, but they defined the game feel, so they really had to feel good. Also, our players often just like to walk around in the scene, explore it, and find little secrets. So at some point, we decided we wanted to expand the whole exploration part. To deliver what the users enjoyed most, we decided we had to cut the scope. Initially, we've had many features planned, and we even wanted to implement many of them before the MVP was even finished or polished. But we definitely learned that people do notice bad features, but they don't notice when we cut features. So we decided that we should sacrifice some features and assets in order to make our MVP feel good. And in the end, we managed to have all our must-haves and even have some additional features.
Yeah, and we have some lessons learned that we just say like that. And mine was, yeah, 80% can be good enough, and don't strive for 100% perfection.
Mine was that team feedback is very important in informing creative decisions and moving forward with the product.
Okay, mine was that everyone brings different strengths to the table, and understanding them and using them correctly can only bring success to the project.
Mine was that realizing time management as early as possible and to really implement feedback that we not only get from user testings, but from the coaching sessions as early as possible, which is going to be the goal in the next semester project.
And when I was rigging, I noticed that doing test rigs can be really useful to notice when problems occur and try to prevent them early on.
All right, so thank you all for visiting. You may visit our booth later when you have time and want to do some killing around Blarney Castle. So thank all of you for listening. So yeah, thanks.
present you Control C, a game about double piracy. Imagine waking up in a post-apocalyptic flooded world and taking on the role of a young sea pirate who lost their memories. Sink into the depths of the ocean to discover, copy, and trade data, all while being hunted by an AI, erasing every trace of humanity. In this third-person action-adventure RPG, you're challenged to hack, dive, and survive in a world where memory is the currency, but remembering is a crime. So this is the team. I'm Nuri. I was responsible for vision keeping and game design, and also did some character and tech art.
I'm Vinod. I'm the art lead. I'm also the narrative designer, the sound manager, and UI and UX designer.
I'm Julius. I'm a game programmer and game designer.
I'm Nico. I was the production manager, the lead tech artist, and the environment artist.
I'm Savar, and I'm one of the programmers and the UI and SFX implementer.
With Control C, we aim to merge online piracy with actual sea piracy. So our theme is set around an underwater science fiction experience with both retro and futuristic elements. Our concept is heavily narrative driven with a strong sense of environmental storytelling, which leaves space for future expansions in plot, character, and mechanics. But given the restrictive time frame, we decided from the beginning to focus on creating a tutorial level that introduced all of the major mechanics while conveying the overall feel of the game. And this prototype is designed to create an engaging user experience and deliver a strong first impression of the game's core objectives. Here on the right, in the reddish tone, you can see the initial core game loop, and then in blue, what we narrowed it down to. This includes exploration of the environment and wildlife, challenging combat against AI-controlled threats, and data hacking and collecting, which is directly tied to the progression. And last but not least, of course, getting immersed into a unique world and story.
You play as Ray, a sea pirate who awakens aboard a broken ship in the middle of an empty ocean and stripped of all memories. With only instinct and driven by determination, you find a diving suit and set beneath the water surface to find a way to fix your ship and maybe find out how you even ended up in the place. Unbeknownst to you, your awakening has caught the attention of Sentinel, the enforcing AI, and with its massive capacity of military marine equipment, it monitors and controls the sea to withhold its enemies from valuable knowledge and technology. With its attention focused on you, your reality starts to rupture and you start to question about your past and what your connection with Sentinel is. But as you dive deeper, found fragments of data and forgotten history slowly puzzle together and you find clues about this mysterious world. In Control C, the duality of nature and technology was such a reoccurrence that it had a big impact on pretty much all of our design approaches, as it can be seen in environment, main character, and enemy designs, as well as our user interface design. For example, our prototype is fully set underwater, and the explorable area consists of old human infrastructure, as well as a broad range of wildlife and nature, which slowly takes back from our civilization. For our main character, the darker orange-toned suit is tailored to the post-apocalyptic setting, combining both natural and technological elements. For a rather first but also challenging impression of our combat system, we aimed to conceptualize a gun and shield type of enemy in the form of abandoned but autonomous submarines. Their design is heavily adapted to the environment, as they are pretty much worn down and have overgrown elements, but also show the adaptability to equip natural shields. And lastly, for our UI design, which is heavily based on our heads-up display, we aimed for a modern but also a minimalistic approach, as the design should imitate some sort of holographic or technological projection from the suit itself onto the screen space.
All right, then let's dive down on our hunt for treasure and take a look. We can explore this underwater world and use our equipment to move even faster. But we should be careful because it's not as peaceful as it seems. Governmental drones will fight for supremacy in this underwater world, and they won't hold back. But for now, I think we should concentrate on our goal, and even there we can use our equipment, and our radar even sense something. So let's get there, and as soon as we hack into this data point, the only thing left is to prove our piracy skills and retrieve the data safely.
Okay, I'm super nervous right now, therefore I'm hiding behind a curtain. Okay, so let's talk about the technical approach of our game. The first on the list is the enemy movement. This is one of the earliest challenge we faced, how we could make enemies look like they belong underwater. In video games, the typical movement system is based on the grounds. Therefore, most game engines like Unity support this system as a default movement system. But when it comes to games like this, where you have an unusual environment like underwater or space, you have to think out of the box, because you don't just need the left or right movement or forward or backward motion. You also need to make enemies, including the player, float. You need to make them sink and rise, and you have to make sure they have depth to their movement. So to achieve this, we decided to use our own custom-based controller for the movement system over the physics-based system that Unity offers. Second on the list is player detection and stealth. So the common way to detect enemies or any game object in games is using a raycast, but it has a problem because raycast is actually a straight line. Once you move away from this straight line, the detection ends. So what we came up with is that we developed a cone-based system which has a volume and a certain range and angle, so that enemies could constantly detect the player when the player enters within this range. Third was the mini games. The most common challenge was how we could integrate mini games with that of the main game, because mini games take place across multiple scenes, and they were visually different from them. We had two choices. We could make a 2D mini games or 3D mini games. We decided to go with the 3D approach, because that way we could reuse our resources and assets that we had developed or acquired through the asset store, such as shaders and lighting effects and special effects. Fourth one is the audio implementation. Because this game takes place underwater, it was sounds play quite a big role in our game, because underwater the sounds are not clear, they are not sharp, they have to be muffled, they have to be distorted, and you have to apply different sound effects such as reverb and flanger to achieve that white noise in different layers of sounds. We also use 3D sounds attached to the enemies. For the UI implementation, our initial vision was to have a curved UI system similar to sci-fi games, but because Unity had limitations to its default UI system, we could not achieve that, so we decided to go with a flat UI system using Unity's default UI system. The key lesson we learned from this was that sometimes it is okay to let go of the visual aesthetics for the greater readability and user experience.
Now for a quick word about our methodology. What we did was we separated our production into weekly sprints that started every Thursday with a sprint planning session and concluded every next Thursday with a team retrospective and sprint review, in which we had an open discussion about things that went well or didn't go as well during the last week, and we had room for any team member to step up and talk about concerns or any issues that might have arisen throughout the week. On every weekday, we had a daily stand-up meeting at 10 a.m. in which we took about 10 to 15 minutes to update each other on our progress. And I think that this was really beneficial for our workflow because it definitely helped communication of the team flow. And it encouraged the individual team members to share more visual progress rather than just sending text messages. We also conducted a few user testings, which we internally treated as additional milestones. We sat down during meetings to discuss goals on what we wanted to test during the next session, then worked towards those goals, and after evaluating feedback that we received, we incorporated it into our long-term planning and short-term sprint tasks. And I think that this was also very beneficial to our workflow because the additional milestones helped us maintain focus on the high-priority tasks and prevented us from spending too much time on smaller details that would not end up making a very big difference.
Throughout the project, we realized tension between the intended design we had and what the players actually felt. So user testings were super useful for us, especially to make sure that the player always feels responsible for the failure it experiences.
And of course, if you're curious to see more, feel free to visit our booth at the exhibition today or tomorrow and playtest Control-C.
Okay. Entschuldigung für die Verzögerung. We are the third semester incident team. We are third semesters, and we are the incident. This time for real, I'm so sorry. But who are we, and what did we do exactly?
Hello, I'm Alexa. I was the vision keeper and the main programmer of this game.
I'm Miriam Dutschke. I was the production manager and the lead game designer.
I'm Hannah Kerr. I was the art director and the lead character artist.
I'm Sarah Frosch, and I was the narrative director and lead background artist.
So, well, I'm gonna do a little mind experience with you guys. It's gonna be out there, but follow me. Imagine you are all students at the HDA. That's great. Now that you are students at the HDA, we're gonna show you what we made for you because you are our target group. Okay. I hope you like that. Oh. We're going to skip the project presentation, I think. So, what? It's yours. We're going to skip it. It's yours. Your turn.
Oh, so to start off, we try to base our game around our beautiful campus, as you can see, in familiar places and clean anime style you love and enjoy. And also your favorite lectures as well, in their favorite style that they wanted. So basically the game is about you going back to HDA for your third semester. And as usually, you have to validate your ID. So you go to the ID room and all of a sudden the machine doesn't work. So you're wondering what's the problem. So you try to fix it yourself and all of a sudden you got yourself a new friend. But then all of a sudden you hear that something big is going on. The school is going to blow up. Ooh. Well, in that case, you need to gather evidence and show that there's actually something happening in the school and solve the crime.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about the art, more specifically the character designs. Let's start with the main character that you will be playing in the game, Your Name, which I hope a lot of you are familiar with the concept of Your Name, which is basically just a character that you can insert yourself into. So it was important for us to make this character someone that anyone can kind of see themselves in, but also play on that whole trope of it just being a blank slate of a character. Next, we have our little mascot, which I designed to be based on our student card because we don't really have a mascot for our school that we could have used, so it was up to me and Mia to design one. soft and squishy, as all good things should be. This character will be your guiding part in the game, so kind of to make you want to go somewhere. You can converse with them, just have little chit-chats with your character and the mascot. Here's some mood boards for the character designs. So our lectures are all based on tropes and different art styles, some of them that they wanted, some of them that we wanted. Yes, here they are. So they all have drastically different art styles, which is usually not something you'd want in a game, but our entire game is based on tropes, so we kind of just played with that. Yes.
As you already know by now, the location in our game is our own campus, which is why we chose the opportunity to take pictures of all the places we wanted to include in the game and use them as reference. Not only did we just trace over the pictures we took, but I took the opportunity to work in Blender and create some mock-ups in 3D, which I then used for the line art and did some flat coloring, also way more colorful than our actually is here, but we were going for this visual novel anime style, so this was also one of our goals. And for the touch-up, Mia did the shading and lighting and did some details that added up the whole thing.
So for the user interface, I went through a few different stages, a few different iterations. The first one was like to implement the colors of the HDA, like blue and white, and like colors that are there in our mascot. But we received feedback that we should work on the legibility and that white isn't like the usual text box color. So I iterated further on that in a bit. But also like we planned to have like sprites like the inventory, stuff that every student knows, like the backpack that everybody receives during their firsty introduction. So then as you can maybe see from the presentation already, I settled into using the dark web version of Moodle as a reference, because that's also something that every student encounters in their daily life at the HDA. And that now drives like the entire user face. For puzzles, so that's not only like dialogue reading, we have like mini games in our game, and it was important for me to make them look appealing, to make them look playable, but also like have them fit into the story at the point that they are played at. So in the beginning, when you fix the student ID, you fix the wires of the student ID machine. So yeah, I'm just like a little behind the scenes of like what all the sprites look like and how you arrange them on the screen afterwards.
So of course, as a only programmer, I had the job to make the game. So the important thing in a visual novel is the dialogue. And I needed some way to make it easy to create them and integrate them into the game. So, inspired by Ian Ruskin's response system that they used for Team Fortress 2 and Left 4 Dead, I created Dialogflow. That is a custom-made scripting language just for this visual novel. It is interpreted, so it means it executes everything line by line. And because it was self-written and just needing a text file, it was very easy to just write anything you want and prototype and make sure it looks good on the screen. And unlike any other project here, probably, our game was custom-made. It was made from scratch, everything, like graphics-wise, so that it will fit on a website. So nobody has to download it. It can be directly run on any device that supports any modern features of a web browser with the help of that I use for JavaScript and a little bit of HTML. And as you can probably saw from the first slide of scripting language, the language looked really hard to read. It almost looked like assembly. So to make the designers a little bit happy, I created a tool that allows, from their writing style, which I also was inspired, to create a tool that writes their format into the Dialogflow language. So but it still was compatible with the language, so you could use the language inside the editor as well. And for ease of use, it was also built in so you can test it in the game while it was running.
So for the methodology, we used mainly Miro and Discord. Miro for like the early stages of like brainstorming and then keeping track of tasks. And so we had like different setups of like weekly sprints, our main backlog of like tasks that had still to be fulfilled, and also like little team mental wellness check sliders up there that Boris got us into. And then we had main communications on Discord. We had like a very organized, very broad Discord server where getting information and searching for information that you needed was very, very easy because everything had its own place and it made communicating very easy.
So the key learnings that I made during this whole project is that when you're making a programming language, the implementation is not enough. You need designing and planning ahead. You need to use methods that are used by standard languages like C or C++. And when you also create a custom engine from scratch, I was a little bit experienced, but I definitely needed more experience working on it. And there were a lot of mistakes that I made. And yeah.
So my key learnings were task management heavily depends on the team that you're working with. So even if you discover along the way that your team responds well to methods that are not really conventional, in our case it was like mainly communicating and task managing in the end over Discord. If it works for your team, don't shy away to like experiment with it. Would I recommend working with Discord as task management for every team? No. But I do think now that I've done it, it's definitely possible in the future. And yes, if you're scared of trying stuff you have never done before, it can be very fun. I've never worked on backgrounds before, and I've never cut or produced, and this was very nice.
So one of the things that I learned a lot about in this was drawing in different styles. As a 2D artist, there's a certain style that I'm very comfortable with and that I usually gravitate towards, but it's very hard to get out of that box once you're in it. And this game gave me the opportunity to kind of really try and replicate certain styles that some are harder, some are easier, but it really helped expand my knowledge in that regard. Something that I will definitely be more careful with in the future is prioritizing certain tasks and maybe setting my pride aside sometimes. Like, I want something to be done and be done well, but it's really not that important. I need to accept that. And also that I need to be rougher with my first drafts and maybe not be such a perfectionist all the time, because things will get changed or maybe even completely taken out, and that's kind of out of your control and you have to deal with it, and it hurts less if it's not polished.
I learned about managing my own time a lot, and it worked really great for me this time, and I think my team was always really reliable on what I did in my deadlines. And I also had fun trying new methods for my usual workflow to also make it better and faster, which I will do more often in the future now.
Okay, so that was our presentation on the third semester incident. You can come check out our booth tomorrow at the exhibition. There will be stickers and there will be snacks.
Testing. Actually, kind of, yeah. Still like so much adrenaline. Can you get a little bit closer, or are you fine? Huh? Can you get a little bit closer, it's fine.
I get this, yeah, I get closer to someone. Who starts? You just start saying the name? Okay.
Hmm?
That's it. Yeah. Oh my god.
Hello everyone, my name is Louis.
I am Artem.
I'm Salome.
And I'm Nikta.
And I'm Sven. We are Team Dolphin. And first, we would like to show you the trailer for our game.
The game is a narrative adventure with turn-based combat. It builds on the themes of guilt and shattered personality. The story revolves around an artist who killed her own children, and you, the detective, her subconsciousness, who needs to find out the truth about the killings and explore the dreamlike city. Now we will show you our game.
Welcome to our game, Masterpiece of Sin. You first arrive at a train station. As you walk out, you enter our beautifully created city.
The city is basically like a little maze that you need to traverse. by following the flickering lights that we set out for you. While exploring, you will find certain items, some of which will unlock new abilities for you, and some will tell you a bit more about our story. With this location, our most important goal was to immerse you in our world and to evoke a feeling of curiosity and wonder, while also letting you get just a little bit lost.
As you may have noticed, we have no HUD. This was because we want to immerse players into our exploration system.
That's right. Eventually, though, you will find your way, and you will enter a certain building.
Welcome to Hugo's bedroom. As you walk around, you find different items and come to our first main element of UI, the inventory system. Every item you pick up in this game, there will be a piece of lore shown in the inventory system.
And here's our combat. You and your opponent will take turns fighting each other. On your turn, you have a few abilities to pick from, depending on which one you want to use at the time. Now, when the enemy gets its turn, you will get the chance to dodge the attack. Of course, if you do it successfully, you take no damage, and you also get rewarded in a different way. But how exactly is a little bit too complex to explain, so you'll have to play the game yourself to figure that one out.
Okay, so with our turn-based system, we wanted cluttered UI. This was to make the experience for the player extremely stressful coming from the exploration scene. But we also wanted to make sure our information is quite clear with cards with flipbacks and also icons.
Sven is about to transition the boss into its second phase. Now, the first phase is pretty easy, and Sven had a lot of practice as he programmed the whole combat system. The second phase, however, is much more challenging. The boss deals more damage, the boss has more health, and you need to really know your timings and dodge the attacks, otherwise you will be defeated. And even though Sven has played this like 200 times, even for him the combat can still be challenging sometimes. So let's just see how he does. Alright, once you defeat Hugo, you will find the key to the house, and you will once more be able to go outside. Here, you will see that the entire world begins to crumble around you. As to why that happens and what comes next, you will have to play the game yourself to find out.
let's talk about the visual design in our game. So when it came to the visual design, our main goal was to create a unique style that kind of reflect how nightmares are usually experienced. To create, it was really crucial to us to make a surreal atmosphere where reality and unreality coexist. Just like how nightmares feel so familiar and distorted at the same time. And to achieve this, we combined realistic textures and materials with grotesque proportions and distorted environments. Here is an example of the character development process in our game, from initial concept to the rigging. And here are the main three characters in the game. As you can already see, they have oversized heads, shorter torsos, tired big eyes, and in general fragile bodies, which kind of reflect their psychological state and their emotional distortion. And here is an example of the process behind our environment design from block out to the final scene. In general, we have 4 scenes in the game, each of which serve a different gameplay and narrative purpose. For example, we have the city, which is inspired by London 1920s, but in a nightmarish form with distorted and bended buildings, cold lights, and foggy atmosphere. And here is an example of our architecture in the game with rubbles and destroyed buildings.
This is the bedroom, the first place where you have combat encounter. Compared to the city, this scene is more neutral colored and less cluttered, so it doesn't distract you from the combat.
And once you beat the first boss in the game, you arrive to this scene, which is the approach scene. And at this point of the game, you already know that you are not in real life and you are in a nightmare. So the world around you starts collapsing, everything becomes more chaotic and more distorted.
Compared to the approaching, which is very chaotic, the art workshop is very framed. You have clear objective, and this is the last place you go and encounter final boss.
When it came to technical approach, we used various techniques in order to achieve what we wanted visually and gameplay-wise. For example, we used Maya XGen in order to create hair stands, and then we backed them onto the planes to have hair cards. This way we could have realistic hair, but also it was optimized. For the architecture and buildings, we used Maya Scatter and Blender fractal tools.
So the Unity animation events, once we have discovered such a thing exists in Unity, our combat has improved drastically. And thanks to it, we could trigger stuff like VFX, sound, hits, animations, whatever we wanted during any animation and any frame of it. We have also experimented a little bit with the shader graph and then used custom 3D models to make more visually pleasing VFX effects. Further, we have also used Fmod for the sound in the game, and for that, Artem has something else to say to you.
Yes, we were lucky enough to have Luca, our amazing sound designer, on our team. He's not here today, but he composed all of our music using mostly synthesized instruments, and he recorded all the sounds for the game himself without using any external libraries.
The initial user testing has proven us that navigation clarity and clarity of the combat wasn't that great, but for the later versions we improved it by giving player visual feedback.
And to conclude, we would like to talk about some of the key takeaways that we have after working on this project. The most important thing, as we found, is to build the right team. If you enjoy working with the people you work with, it will be a fun process. Another very important thing is to keep track of the scope of your project and stay flexible. Kill your darlings, cut out features, and you might avoid crunch. And finally, choose the right tools for your project. For example, we wanted a very specific look for our game, and so that's how we chose our rendering pipeline, the HDRP. And now that we have tried that out, we would also like to see what Unreal Engine has to offer. We hope that you have enjoyed taking a look at our game, and we are really excited for all of you to play it at the exhibition.
Welcome to She Was My Friend.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Alright, so this was our trailer to She Was My Friend, a 3D puzzle exploration game about a dog who witnesses the murder of his owner by the hands of her own daughter and now has to find and bring all the clues to the officer in charge in order to reveal the truth. So before we get started, let's introduce the team behind this game. I am Jin, I am the vision keeper, I am the art lead, and I am also one of the writers.
I'm Sebastian, I was responsible for tech art, I did sound, game, and level design.
I'm Len, I was the project manager, one of the programmers, and I also took charge for UI.
And I'm Jacob, I was the lead programmer, I did some tech art, and I also did a lot of the dialogue writing.
So, to the world of the game, it's set in the early 2000s during the urbanization of China, where a lot of young adults moved into the city in order to earn money, which left the villages more and more abandoned and more inhabited by old people who then had to take care of the young children left in their charge. The place itself is the place of the game itself is in a rural Chinese village inspired by the own hometown of my parents and also on my own experiences.
This is what our map looks like. You can see on the left side a blockout and on the right side the final version. It is divided into several districts. Like on the left center, you can see the market district, and on the right center, you have the temple district. It also features several key landmarks, such as a big tree in the park, the temple on the hill, and of course the river flowing through to help the player to navigate. The goal of this map was to have very cramped alleyways as well as open places as you would find in an actual Chinese village.
So these are the locations and the architecture of the village in further detail. As you can see, we put a lot of focus and attention to making it look really rustical and like old, to really reinforce the fact that this village is being abandoned by not only its people but also by time. Yes, and there was also attention put into the fact that the important locations look distinct from the other buildings of the village in order so the player can orient themselves and also gets more variety out of the village. As you may have already noticed, the entire game is painted in blue and yellow colors, and this is because our main character is a dog. We put a lot of focus in how a dog may perceive the world, and as such we have decided that in order to reinforce its vision, we would limit the colors in this game to only blues and yellows. And not only that, we have also decided to go for a low poly style in order to give the character designs a more distinct and remarkable silhouette, and also in order to translate a dog's vision in a more interesting way. So this is an example of how the humans are stylized, or rather the process behind their designs. A lot of focus and attention was put into making their designs harmonize with the one of the dog, so they don't clash, but rather that they work together. And therefore, for all the concepts, the dog was always there, considered in mind, yes. And with this approach in mind, this is how all the characters came to be. The big ones are all the important ones. First we have the mother, whom you love very much. Then we have the daughter, who kills the mother. You will find out about the complex relationship throughout the game. Then we have the officer, whom you have to help solve the case. He's quite incompetent, so you have to help him quite a lot. And then we have the spouse, who will be very important to the story.
In order to recreate the art style faithfully, we decided to make the faces in the following way. We have mesh planes sitting on top of the head mesh, and then we have two textures, one with sets of eyes and one with sets of mouths. And the UVs of the mesh are placed in the top left corner, And then within the material, we shift the coordinates from where the texture is being sampled. This is driven by a one-dimensional index, which then is controlled with an animation controller. We have a tool for Blender that allows to export the information, the index and the frames at which it changes into a JSON file, and this JSON file in Unity can be converted back into an animation clip that drives the shader's texture offset. Then for the buildings and the prop assets, we decided to go with a texture atlas approach, which is kind of multiple textures all into one big texture. And how you work with that is you unwrap the model as normally, kind of paying attention to which segments should have one material, and then you place the UVs accordingly on the big texture. This allowed for the very stylized look, of course, with the drawback that you have a lot of repetition, but we try to avoid that by scaling and positioning the UVs differently. And what's cool about this workflow, it is very easy to set up and very quick to make models like this.
For our UI design, I wanted to, of course, stay within our very limited color palette, but still fitting into the game and sticking out so that the player actually notices it. I did a lot of concepts plus assets that all visually and based on color fit together, and you can see some examples here for our text box and our button prompts. And the main mechanic which you use in our game is the bark as a dog. You know, you play as a dog, so you bark. And during our user testings, we noticed that, well, players tend to literally bark at everything and everyone. So we used that and made a lot of interactions based on that. So you can see here just a part of the interactions that are available to you as the player just through barking in the game.
But dogs are of course famous for other things, such as smelling, and for that it is kind of an enhanced sense, because dogs cannot see as well as us, as you have seen with the colors. We have solved this through texturing. However, there is a dedicated smell button that when you press it, a shader activates that gives you quote-unquote true dog vision, meaning it filters out all the reds and greens and converts them to an equal color. But you might see other things. In this example, you see a smell trail that you picked up earlier that leads to a clue you're trying to find. And then, of course, our game has a lot of dialogue. For this, we used the dialogue system for Unity by Pixel Crushers, which I was hesitant about first, but in the end it saved quite a lot of time because it allows you not only to write dialogue, it allows you to make the cutscene within the dialogue and move the camera at certain notes and so on. And with that came also my other task of creating cutscenes, which was of course important for both dialogue reasons and for cinematographic reasons, being that you would often look at NPCs from a lower angle to emphasize that you're a dog looking up at a human. And the dialogue itself was of course also needed to make clear that, hey, this is the world we're living in, this is rural early 2000s China, the urbanization is in full swing and the town is being abandoned.
Let's take a look at our actual gameplay. You will see a part of our tutorial for the game where you learn about the mechanics and the main things you can do. So, our beautiful title screen. Which has no sound.
So here, for example, you see one of the cutscenes in action.
So here, our player learns how to do the main things in our game, you know, walking around, picking up, dropping items, how to smell with their nose. Here you can see one of our smell memories, which you can find throughout the whole game, telling you more about the story of what happened between the family. And of course, you get your first intro to the story.
As you can see, the blood is also bright red, which would normally not be possible, and we wouldn't text it that way. But for certain things, it sticks out when you see it in a color that you normally do not see in the game world.
Yeah, for more you have to play the game. So a very quick thing for methodology. We had a very clear feedback loop, which actually didn't change too much throughout the project. We had our weekly reviews, which based on that, we set up our sprints and deadlines, and then had our regular team meetings where we talked about what we've done, and updated each other. Again, preparing for the weekly reviews. And then our communication loop was actually quite simple. Of course, we had our in-person meetings where we talked about everything. Online, we mainly communicated over Discord, and offline was mostly checking each other's commits, seeing what everyone had done. Here's a quick overview of our tools, mostly what everyone uses. And again, Discord, but also Obsidian. We chose to not use Miro for this project. We wanted to try out Obsidian because while it is not an online tool, we had to do it over also version control with a bit of communication. It was extremely useful for us because we could put everything in just Obsidian. We had our GDD, we had our task board, we had our schedule, everything in there, and like in one place, and everything could just be checked in there. Lastly, for our user testings, what we noticed and what feedback we got is that we should very much focus on this experience as a dog, and hone in on the vision, the smelling, the senses a dog has, and also we noticed, as again, every player wanted to interact with the world as much as they can. So that's also where the barking being the main mechanic came from, as we just honed in on that. Yeah, for our key takeaways, as a project manager, I learned that extremely more detailed planning is very important, especially in earlier phases for later phases. But also trying out new workflows can be incredibly valuable to just collect more experiences.
I learned two main things, one of them being that weekly deadlines are very practical. However, you should work very structuredly throughout the week, and it's intended like this, and not for you to cram everything into Sunday night to not be embarrassed on Monday in front of your team. And the other thing is, of course, that while I personally do believe I am not good at in-person meetings, I have noticed towards the second half of our project that being in a Discord call and being held accountable for doing something really helps with that workflow part, to actually do something.
I have learned as the vision keeper and as the art lead how important it is to be precise with your designs and to properly communicate them so nothing can go wrong in the process.
As tech artist, I learned that when developing tools and workflows for the entire team, it is important to document them well, to explain them well, make them as self-explanatory as possible, and of course be ready when questions arise.
Well, lastly, of course, come play our game. It is also available on itch already if you do want to play it in your own time. Thank you.
Break time, everybody. Till 11:55. 45? 55? 55.
quiet, please. Murder Again is a third-person puzzle game where you are stuck in a time loop until you kill your target. Use the time reset and freeze ability to accomplish your mission. I'm Raphael, a programmer.
I'm Yannis, I'm the 3D artist.
I'm Lily, I'm a 2D and 3D artist and the vision keeper.
And I'm Michelle, I'm the other programmer and the production manager. So, imagine a world where reality is shaped by one singular company secretly owning a time machine. This company is called Anchor, and they have invisible control over the whole world. They gain their power by manipulating the past. Whenever they encounter a hurdle or threats to any of their plans, they have their extermination program in place. Individuals whose past actions are classified as undesirable are labeled time terrorists and are therefore targeted. Anchor does whatever it takes to remove those people. So to do that and minimize unpredictability of events, Anchor's agents are only sent to intervene right before those time terrorists' actions actually negatively impact Anchor.
So when you play, you take on the role as Brief, who is one of Anchor's many assassins. He initially started working at Anchor because he thought it was a place of innovation and purpose. For him, it just seemed like his dream job. However, he got tricked by them and is now stuck in this morally very awful job and an oppressive contract. So at some point, he started to just blindly follow his orders because he just has no other choice. And he now, after 10 years, has become a very efficient assassin. So this is Cole. He is a lawyer and he is Brief's target. He actually lost his wife years ago, and because he didn't know what to do with himself, he started to explore and travel a lot, and he also started talking to many, many people. And this is how he started to find out about Anchor, and this is also why he's now Anchor's target. So for our character design process, we kind of followed the basic process of defining shapes first and then going on with the face, clothes, and colors. And for every stage I made multiple iterations and always got feedback from my team for every iteration. For example, for Brief, we thought about his body first, and we decided that he should be tall and slim to make him look athletic. We also have different outfit variations because initially we thought about giving him a more personal look that shows his own individual identity, but then in the end decided to give him this elegant business kind of outfit to just show that he works at this high-end company and that this is kind of like his only purpose. As you can see, he also was orange in the beginning, the typical fox color, but we decided that we want him to look more unique and stand out more between the many anthropomorphic fox characters out there. So he became a silver fox instead, which we felt like also fits his personality more. Well, and then in the end, for both of the characters, I gave the concepts to Yannis, who then translated everything to 3D.
Our game uses a low poly stylized look, which enabled us to easily combine asset packs with our own custom models like the characters, while still keeping a very coherent look. We worked a lot with contrast between the environments. For example, the headquarter of Anchor is very cold and impersonal and sterile, while the main level is rather warm and cozy. This contrast is supposed to show the strict and oppressive nature of Anchor, and at the same time it gives visual variety and also reminds the player of the different time periods, with the headquarter being the present time and the main level being in the past.
For us, user testing was an important part of the process. Right after deciding our core mechanics, we used some game board pieces to try them out. Well, with this physical prototype, we discovered that we had to scrap some mechanics and that the core gameplay actually worked. We tended to use user tests right after implementing new features. This allowed us to refocus our vision and to scrap parts that didn't work, like the first level.
Yeah, during the user testing we noticed some problems with our first level prototype. It was just an open space and pretty much just a big room with a lot of small objects that looked interactable but weren't actually interactable, and therefore a lot of players didn't know where to go or what to do, and instead of making a plan or coming up with ideas and possible solutions, they mostly just walked around and randomly tried things. And that's why we rebuilt the entire level while still keeping the same core puzzle elements from the prototype. In the reworked version, we reduced the smaller objects and split the space into multiple separate rooms and corridors. And then after those changes, players had clearer directions and the level had an overall more readable structure.
So now some gameplay. Like mentioned, the player is stuck in a time loop where everything is reset unless the player uses their ability. Freeze. After being frozen, the objects keep its position on reset. You can interact and examine different objects. The interactions are done with a flexible drag and drop system to avoid hard coding. Each system is compartmentalized to have a clear divide between data storage and usage.
So while working, we obviously used many different applications, such as Discord, Miro, Trello, but one thing that really helped us was Outline, which is sort of a wiki tool and you can host it yourself. We used it for documentations of like meetings, coachings, game design, basically everything. So everyone has access to all of this information in a structured way all of the time. We also worked in sprints and structured them around the coachings. So we had same-day reflections and then planned concrete things we wanted to implement for the week and then turned them into tangible tasks. Generally during development, we mostly had online update check-ins to work with everyone's schedules and needs.
Our key takeaways from this project were that user testing is very important to spot problems early on, and we should also not be afraid to scrap ideas if they don't work, like the prototype level. We learned not to overthink small decisions because they often slow down our progress and the project in general, especially in the beginning of the project. And we should also prioritize visual feedback from the start to avoid user testers confusing.
So this is our game Murder again. Please feel free to come and play it today or tomorrow at the exhibition.
Okay, hi guys. We are the team behind Graveyard Defender, and we are going to present you our game, how it works, and how we worked on it. Yes. Sorry, I'm very lost right now. Yes. Protect the peace of the dead from the greedy hands of the living in a darkly comical, historically inspired tower defense game. Playing as a graveyard groundskeeper, you can see him right there. You fend off enemies with whatever you can get your hands on, like a gun. Construct guard towers and use the corpses of your defeated enemies to your advantage.
Hello, I'm Jonas. I'm the programmer and the VFX artist.
I'm Tommy. I'm also a programmer.
I'm Mara. I'm the 2D and UI designer, and I started out as the project manager.
I'm Emily. I'm the 3D environment artist.
I'm Lucas. I was the vision keeper. I also did the character art and the environment art together with Emily. I also did some other stuff like game design and writing the dialogue and the story.
Okay, now that we have introduced ourselves, here's some historical background for our game. In the late 19th and early 19th century Britain, medicine was advancing fast, but there was one major problem. Doctors needed bodies to study to advance anatomical research. But the law, the only lawful way to acquire bodies, did not provide enough for them. This is where the resurrectionists came in. Despite their name, they weren't bringing people back to life. They were body snatchers who secretly dug up fresh graves and sold the corpses to medical schools and universities. Resurrectionists worked at night, targeting recent burials, and became a feared part of society. Families protected graves with guards, iron cages, and heavy coffins, all to stop bodies from being stolen. While the work was illegal and disturbing, it also played a key role in the development of modern anatomy and medical knowledge. And this transitions us into our core game loop. This, in essence, consists of 3 different parts. We have fighting, earning, and investing. Both fighting and earning happen at night, and investing happens during the day. Let's look into fighting. In Graveyard Defender, you can fight as your own player character, as a graveyard keeper, as well as with your defensive structures in form of towers. You have your shovel, your gun, and different tower types. And we have different enemy types that spawn every night in increasing numbers and varieties, as well as different versions of every enemy. You can earn resources by fighting. This is both the macabre part of our game, where you can collect the bodies of your fallen enemies, and also money. The graveyard, the helper skelly is one helpful NPC that collects the bodies of your enemies for you. And you can then invest during the day into building towers, purchasing upgrades, and purchasing upgrades for your own player character. And then the loop repeats.
Okay, this is the gameplay of our current game. So we have a player, you can walk around, and at the bottom right we see enemies that will come from there, and at top left we have our graves with the yellow flowers that we need to defend. Then we have this little shady doctor there. He's gonna sell us some beautiful perks in a wonderful UI menu. And you can also buy perks, for example, max HP and more damage. And we can also sell our corpses for coins, and coins can be then used to buy towers. For example, we have here a machine gun tower, a sniper tower, and a shotgun tower. We will go for the shotgun tower here, and then we will start the first night. The helper skelly will introduce the first night, and at the first night there are only normal enemies coming, so they will just go straight for the graves. They will do nothing special. Helper skelly will constantly pick up all the dead bodies that are laying around, and you will get corpses for that. And now it seems like some guys from overseas are coming, and there are some guys with guns now, and these people will actually shoot at you. You can use your dash to dodge these, but if you get hit, and at the point where you die, you will get stunned for a certain amount of time, so you cannot further defend your graveyard. Yes. So after this wave is done, 2 different type of enemies have been explained. So now we have a combination wave with enemies that will just go for the graves and enemies that will attack you. Helper Skelly constantly does its thing, so we prepare for the last final wave of the night where everything comes together, and now we also opens up a new pathway of the map, and that's where towers are really helpful, because the one tower now on the right side takes over this path, and we as the player need to defend this path with different enemies, and at the end of the wave we just get pushed back all the way to our graves where we need to defend the graves.
So, like Jonas was showing in the video, we have towers to defend the graveyard. Here we have the shotgun tower, the sniper tower, and the machine gun tower. They have different offensive styles. So the shotgun tower is burst with short range. The sniper is slow fire rate, but has long range. And the machine gun is high fire rate, but mid-range. So with these different offensive styles, the player can consider strategically what is the best tower to place in each area. So you consider choke points, wide open areas, and this leads us to the actual map. So you can see in the top left, this is our final map, and there's 3 different pathways. So we have the green, purple, and orange. These paths force the player to move dynamically. So you can't just stay in one place, hog all your towers in one area, and expect to win. The body snatchers will be coming in all directions in different waves, so you have to, you have to do what you gotta do. But yeah, and so we do this by using fog. So with our waves, see in the top right, the fog is covering the whole map. So say if one wave has the green and purple area, then the fog would be covering everything else except there. So you know that that's where the body snatchers are coming from. But the map we have here isn't the only map that we considered when we were implementing this game. So in the bottom left, that was only a small number of iterations that we had. We had some really open ones, we had some very small ones, we had little small pathways, you can see there. What the intention with this was that the player could, only they could go on the small little paths and enemies couldn't follow them onto it, so for a more sneaky approach. We didn't end up going with this. We even considered having multiple maps because we were feeling crazy. But yeah, so overall we wanted a more intimate feel, not to overwhelm the player, but to get them used to the mechanics. As well as this, we have a day and night system. Originally there was a real-time lighting system, but obviously that didn't work because that's way too many lights and that would completely bust the build system. So I implemented adaptive probe volume, which makes it really easy to just smoothly transition between day and night. And you can see that in the bottom right. So yeah, and with the night system, well, the night lighting, we wanted to have it as dark and teal with some yellow lanterns lit all across it to create nice visibility, while still being subtle but noticeable. Originally for our daytime, we had super yellow lighting, which was super controversial. But yeah, so this was like completely washing out all of our assets and stuff. So in the end, we had like our nice night lighting, and then our day was clear, but not as atmospheric, but still quite saturated.
All right, I'll be talking a bit about the design process of the characters. Yeah, the overall like artistic vision behind the project was to put like a comical, funny twist on this like macabre and very dark topic of people stealing bodies, like without even like, I don't know. To achieve this, we focused on like over-exaggerated body parts like big eyes, big heads, big hands and stuff like that. I took a lot of inspiration from like classical comics or claymation and like caricatures and stuff. There's also a lot of crazy beards from the Victorian era and a lot of like balding heads and hunchbacks because I think it's very funny. Here you can see some of the prototyping and sketches that were done in the early weeks. Yeah, once we decided that I'm gonna do most of the character design, I just decided to do most of it in Blender, like Mr. Potato Head style is what I call it. Like I just model a funny looking head shape and then I plug on like funny eyes, funny nose and stuff like that and move them around until I like how it looks basically. There's a little demo video showing the 3D models and some renders and some of the animations I did. Yeah, here you can see it a little bit, like I keep reusing like certain assets like the eyes and the nose and like the eyebrows and stuff to make sure everything is like in a similar art style, but I change the proportions so all the characters have like unique character. For the animations, I focus a lot on like squash and stretch and over-exaggerated motion to make sure everything is readable, everything is fun, like everything is, you're able to tell what's going on. For a lot of the rigs, I also cut a lot of corners, like by making characters that don't really have legs, like they just walk like a slug, like it's basically like a finger puppet. And I feel like in a top-down game, not every character needs to have legs. Some characters don't even have arms, for example, and stuff like that.
Okay, now let's talk about user testing. The thing I want to mention first is that we got a lot of feedback, and I will reduce it to the most important things. Our original player attack in the first iteration after the greenlight presentation was just passive. It was just time-based. As long as you stood near an enemy, the player would attack, and our testers did not realize this. They clicked, and they didn't realize that nothing was happening because their input wasn't doing anything. We quickly changed this. We had a different design iteration where we switched to a cone attack, where you basically hold left mouse button, you have a cone, and you can attack multiple enemies. But we then also later realized that, oh, this feels kind of not so great. And in our final game, we mostly used the pistol because it has like very crunchy sound feedback, and you can have a skill expression by aiming, and one other big point of criticism of our game was the color scheme. This was mostly interesting for our artists. The green light build was called like pea soup. Because there was a lot of similar shades for the colors. They were very close to each other, and they all sort of like brown, greenish blended in. And we also did like big changes to that. It looks not much more like poppy, much more casual gamer color scheme. The core gameplay loop was good, and we improved that. We improved visibility, where the enemies appear. We created an overview map, and now this was like the most important stuff. For our technical approach, we used the university's GitLab, Git server. We used Fork as our desktop client, Unity as our game engine, and Rider as an IDE for that game engine. Blender, our artists use Blender for 3D assets, and Photoshop for everything 2D.
All right, I'll quickly go into how we used Discord and Miro specifically to realize our project. As you saw earlier in Lucas's part of the presentation, we used many mood boards and a lot of style guides that came together during calls, during like work together, where we created a visual identity for the game, both in aspects of how the characters should be modeled and how they should look, but also just the vibes we wanted to capture, like this claymation style that was mentioned. So we used a lot of that. I'll also very quickly talk about production challenges and stuff that we learned. I'm sorry I'm quoting this off my phone here. It's kind of the only thing I've got. A big weak point we had was communication, and this was a problem that stretched all the way into the last weeks of the project. But we had to improvise time and time again. And in the end, it turned out that we actually used a method that we didn't start out liking, which was using dailies. At first, multiple members of our group identified it as a problem to have to make up time every day to meet, but it actually turns out that this is a really useful way of communicating and just updating your progress even if you don't have any. Another production challenge that you've heard from pretty much everyone at this point is probably the fact that we had too large a scope. As you already heard in Emily's part of the presentation, we had planned for multiple maps and different, just different levels for the game that we just did not end up having time for, which is of course an issue that we all have, but we definitely also encountered it. If I can also speak from a more personal point of view here, I also learned during the project that it is really important to mention when you are struggling with something as soon as possible, because it's always much worse if you try to hide a problem you have and just keep pushing onwards rather than just being upfront with it at first. So, I don't know, it's something that we probably all have to learn. All right, Now that you've heard what all goes into protecting the peace of the dead and our sanities, please come visit us at the game exhibition and please try our game and try your hand at being the defender your graveyard needs. So come visit us.
Hi. Dogs chase tails. That's a tail is all this time. So now imagine our dog is a hard-working detective, and the tail he's chasing is an underground criminal. The result?
Tail's Tale, our 3D animated short which follows the story of Detective Dick on his biggest case yet.
We are Team Detect Tales, and we wish to present to you our semester project, Tail's Tale. So, who are we? Our vision keeper, Elizabeth, unfortunately isn't here today because she's abroad. But amongst other things, she did the script writing, animations, and character design.
I'm Amelie. I was the production manager, and I also did storyboarding and animating.
I'm Teresa. I'm our tech and shader artist and also did 3D animation.
My name is Robin. I did the environment design as well as texture designs and lighting. Now we're going to show you the animation.
about we get into the setting?
All right, next up, the one which I mentioned wasn't here today is gonna do their part in video form.
So, how about we get into the setting of our world? Tales Tale takes place in Whodunitville, a city set in the 70s America, loosely inspired by big metropolises such as New York. The world is inhabited by humans and animals alike, but animals are clearly the minority here, only getting a few jobs. In Tales Tale, everything follows cartoon logic, as physics are not bound to our concepts of reality. But what about our characters? First, we have Detective Dirk, a dog with a strong determination, even if he is overworked and a little clumsy. Dirk wants to prove himself in his police station, committed to solving the case all around town. For his design, he went with a recognizable detective clothing to match the era, sharp and cool edges contrasting his rather soft-looking body, another nice way to contrast his role with his personality. Design he did not change much throughout development. Up next, we have the main antagonist, Tal. Tal is just as determined as Detective Dirk, being overall serious and intimidating to his peers. He wants power and independence, wanting to achieve this by becoming the biggest crime lord and eliminating Detective Dirk in the process. For his design, he initially was meant to be much more spikier for a sharp and scary look, but in order to match with his other half Dirk, he was rounded out a lot more, giving him a smooth body with a larger end to remind of a head.
All right. Moving on to the topic of our plot. For the plot, we wanted to have some sort of cat and mouse chase topic, but instead of cat and mouse, it would be the dog and its tail as the detective and the criminal. We also really wanted to include some sort of Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes style chase scene, including the typical comic traps. Introducing the story, we show Dirk as the detective in inspecting different crime scenes, which all hint at Tal, the antagonist, which is then introduced in the next part, where he shows his evil plan to his criminal helpers. This plan fails, and the failed attack on Dirk leads into the chase scene, which then eventually ends in Dirk and Tal both realizing that Tal was Dirk's tail the entire time. All right, moving on to our design approach. We wanted to include comic panel style shots in order to convey the absurd plot that we had without really spoiling the reveal in the end or breaking any of the logic. Then our original inspiration was the noir style with a rather desaturated look. As you can see in our main, in our final product, we went into a different direction and chose to use more colors in order to create more visual interest by separating the scenes into their different color choices, and also in order to make Tal and Dirk associate together better.
Yeah, so as for the art style, we knew early on that we wanted a cel-shaded, cartoony look to it, because as you can see, cartoons were a major inspiration for this project. So our main challenge here was to find a good mix between 2D and 3D, and in the end we landed on applying a cell and outline shader only to our main characters while integrating them into a 3D world. Said world has mainly 3 big settings, and we distinguish them by using very different atmospheres and colors so that they are very easily readable. So first we have the criminal meeting, which has very dimmed and dramatic light and also uses a lot of set design to bring across this typical crime genre aesthetic. Then we have the office, which features monotone colors, cold light, and repeating cubicles to bring across the average work experience that also Dirk as a cop is kind of a victim of. And then lastly, we have the city, which is mostly washed in very warm light, and especially at night has a very cozy atmosphere. Yeah, to talk quickly about the technical approach and pipeline, we used Git to exchange most of our data, and that made it very easy to update environments and rigs throughout the production. Then with Maya, we used it for animation and for modeling our environments. And in Unreal Engine, we assembled our assembled our animations, our environments, and also implemented the lighting, and then used it for real-time rendering, which meant minimal render times and just, in general, more time to work on our product.
Yeah, then for our management tools, we used Miro for brainstorming, concepting, script, and storyboarding, like a typical whiteboard, basically. And then we used Notion for our task tracking and as our calendar to assign different milestones and tasks to everybody. Yeah, we did test screenings, mostly to test if our story was working and understandable, and when the reveals were becoming clear. And it showed us that we had to cut a montage scene that we all really loved because it just wouldn't work. Yeah, that leads us to key takeaways for our scope. It was really important to cut that montage because we kept adding scenes to make it work somehow, but if you need to expand something so it works, it's probably better to just take it out. Also, with our data exchange in the final rendering, we saw that our pipeline tests weren't enough because we had some online assets that we didn't build that just messed up the pipeline. So test all your assets, especially if you don't know how they are built. Also, don't underestimate how longer breaks influence workflow and routine. We came back after Christmas break and it was really hard to get back into working, and we didn't finish our goals over Christmas break because it just threw us off. Also, regular updates build trust and confidence. If you want to see the animation again, ask us questions, anything, come to our booth tomorrow. We also have stickers. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Silent Revolution, and I am Dennis, the vision keeper and the programmer.
I'm Dennis Fischer, programmer.
I'm Mariam, I'm the 2D artist and asset artist.
I'm Maria, and I am tech artist, 3D generalist, and production manager.
I'm Anka, I was tech artist and level designer.
First, let's take a look at our trailer.
So, Silent Revolution. That's the game where words is your weapon and silence is a strategy. You are a teenager boy who actually has a Tourette syndrome. In the world where speaking is a crime, like, what can be worse? I don't know. But you're courageous enough to hide from enforcers, to overcome the obstacles, and blend into the crowd if your tic starts to happen, and all this to come to reach the TV tower and start the revolution.
As our core mechanics, we have a Tourette syndrome system that is visualized by gauge, that you can see how much of like stress you're under and how close you are to get a tick. And we have a system for as obstacles and enforcers that you can make your way through them. And our end goal of the game is to reach the tower and broadcast the sound of freedom.
Okay, so for the concept part, the overall mood and setting. So the game takes place in a dystopian, sad city where a tyrannical government takes over, no one can speak, and everyone is monitored by enforcers. And so the setting is very dark and dystopian, very atmospheric, but also rather minimal. Next up, for the character style, we went for a blocky puppet-like, inspired by the overall style of stop motion. The intention was to convey the eerie and unsettling nature of the world that the characters live in. For our main character is quite a thin and lanky teenager. We went for a simple attire for the character to blend in the minimal world that they live in, and they were given big and large hands in order to better visualize the gauge mechanic. As for the enforcers design, we tried to play around with different styles. So even so, as faceless guards who are trained to obey orders blindly, they could still be visualized into different hierarchies and still have sort of different personalities and faces. And finally, for the civilians, they were designed to have a very basic shared base that can then be altered and changed so as to simplify the process of later on 3D sculpting them.
So yeah, let's talk about design a bit. Our cold and oppressive city with a lot of fog and rainy weather was mainly inspired by North Korea, Soviet aesthetic and brutalism architecture. We added a lot of details that kind of enhanced this mood of emptiness and loneliness in the city and loss of individuality. So there are a lot of posters and empty cities, and also we have a plaza where we put a Soviet statue, like Soviet inspired statue, yeah. So here are the reference and game, what we have, what we end up with. Yeah, come back, two slides back. So yeah, I will say a bit of our problems that we had during our project. First was we come up with this problem pretty late. It was we missed on environment concept. that was really important to do, but we didn't have a person who really did know how to do it. So I ended up by doing, next slide, like this prototype, but it was actually not flexible at all, and we didn't use it. Also, we had a problem in the end that our geometry was not really consistent, so we come up with one shader that we put on every geometry we have. So it was like texture plus the shader. And the last thing, we had, of course, small geometrical problems. So how did we solve it? We add fog and rain. And it actually was a solution that kind of influenced our overall aesthetic. So it was, we shot like 2 rabbits with 1 shot, yeah.
So about the characters. As already was said, our game was influenced really strongly from Korean environment, and even like that, we needed to make the city more livable. So sometimes now the low poly civilians, ghost-like civilians, are floundering around the city, giving this look of emptiness, but still the feeling of empathy to the people that are living there. The enforcers are staying on the watch, and the microdogs are ready to chase for every sound that the player does.
For technical approach, we as usual used Unity, Blender, Fork, and GitLab. For the enemies and the player, we used finite state machines that allows us to change between states and expand it really quickly. Also for crowd and a lot of stuff, a lot of mini things, we used our observer pattern that sends signals, and we can react with that. And also we tried to focus on clear and simple structure and not experiment with a lot of like stuff.
So, as one of the graffitis in our wall says, speaking is our weapon. So suddenly it became actually a motto for our semester project. We were working with the step-based and feedback-based approach that actually saved us a lot of time and also helped us to find the person to who you can talk to, and also the checkpoint when it would be maybe better to have opinion of someone or a suggestion about the workflow. Firstly, we also had a template for the Trello, like a basic one, to do, doing, done, and some dependencies. It was, I would say, too basic for us. We didn't have a roadmap in front of our eyes, and in one moment we understood that we were trying to do GTA 6 was 1 month instead of inspired game. And that was the moment when we rearranged our Trello to actually roadmap and task-based and task tracking. And it enhanced our performance so well, like drastically. We came from the survival to actually the creative process, because we not only assigned the tasks, but also if the person wanted to do something, was interested in this like task further, he could already start and like on the task that we might need to make a research. Yes. So after really exciting semester working on this project, we understood that we should enjoy opportunity to talk freely and talk about our early problems about our problems on the early stage when we still can solve them. Also, would be really nice to keep the Unity commits and project clean for the future, and just be chill about everything, because we are studying and we really enjoyed working on this game. So we will show now the gameplay. Yes.
So as mentioned before, you can see the gauge mechanic that we have on the arms of the player. And the way it works is that over time, your gauge and your tick levels are going to increase until you reach a certain level. And as a caveat, we also have a stress-inducing sources, like the enforcers, that are going to increase the speed of filling up the gauge. And as you can see, the enforcers have two ranges that are going to be detecting you. One is by hearing you having a tick, and the other one is visually when they have an eye on you. And also, as other part of this system is when you can suppress your ticks to a certain amount. And there is a punishment system for that as well, because you can only do it into a certain level. And after a while, you're going to be unable to suppress your ticks. And you're going to have an unwanted tick anyways. And the goal is to move through the obstacles. And as you can see here, the flashing light is the window that you can have your ticks suppressed and press with a press of button. And we are reaching to a level that we are no longer able to control and suppress it. And yeah, that's all.
So if you enjoyed our game, come and play it. Because that's the only one game that's to make a revolution, you should be just yourself. Thank you for listening.
How
how would you act in a world that punishes you for a crime you have yet to commit? This is the central question of our game, except you are a defense lawyer who helps innocent citizens stuck in this exact scenario. In our game, Nothing to Confess, by us, Team Crime Guessers. I'm Lisa Schwarz, Vision Keeper, Art Director, and Lead 2D Artist.
I'm Göksu, or Salov. I'm the Production Manager, UI Artist, and Dialogue Writer.
I'm Vanessa. I'm the Unity Lead and the Gameplay Programmer.
I'm Michaela Klimisheva, and I'm the case writer and music producer.
I am Alba Lucia Fonseca, and I am the concept artist.
And Benedict Hellersbeck is not here, but he's our sound and music producer. As for our project overview, our game is a 2D point-and-click narrative-driven game with visual novel elements. You take on the role of a defense lawyer who is sent to Imperia, a country where citizens get accused of future crimes by the government's AI, who watches everyone 24/7 and collects data on them. You have 7 days time in the game, and each day you have a new client, and you have to use evidence and hard facts from both the present and the past to defend these people from getting locked up. Your performance affects not only the fate of Imperia, but also other countries and their decision on whether they want to use AI in the justice system or not. This is the very concept that makes our game stand out, the concept of future crime and AI usage in the justice system, in addition to photo bashing for the art style for both characters and environment. And we'll show you the trailer now.
So, for the next 7 days, you'll be in a new country, in a new workplace, and which means new co-workers. And here, you'll see an overview of who you'll be meeting on your first day. Each morning, you will have some time to chat with these wonderful folks and use this opportunity wisely because they will be helping you out with your cases by providing evidence. So firstly, we've got Ramon. He is a private investigator, and he'll do everything in his power to uncover the truth, including getting his hands dirty. Then we've got Suzanne. She's a finance lawyer and a go-getter. She's really into rules and order, so if you
All right, hello everybody. Excuse the short delay, there were some technical difficulties, but now we're here with our 2D animated short of A Sliver of Hope. And today we want to take you on a little journey over and underwater. So this is our team. I'm Anna. I worked on the background art and painting, animation of course, and I also managed the project.
Hello, my name is Marina Huidobro, and I worked on the concept art, the storyboard, and the animation.
I'm Joanna. I worked on the editing, the sound design, and a little bit of animation. And we also have our last member that is currently abroad, Teresa, who did concept art, storyboarding, and also worked on the animation.
In our project,
It's very quiet. How do we do this? It is on full noise. How do we...
What is the correct sound? Yeah, but it's very low.
Alright.
In our project, Sliver of Hope, we'd like to bring awareness to the pollution of the sea life. In this presentation and the following, we will mostly talk about our certain design choices and also how we work as a team. However, before we get to that, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is Vaquita. She's a little mermaid who lives in the Gulf of Mexico with all her animal friends. However, she has a huge problem. Due to pollution caused by humans, everyone is really sick, and her home is slowly dying. She always tries her best to help her friends as best as she can, but as one little mermaid, she can only do so much, so she struggles a lot, and is really exhausted. Will she be able to help all her friends and bring her home back to its normal state, or is all hope lost? You will find out in this animation.
That was Teresa greeting us from the US, and we will get right to the animation.
So this is Vaquita. We based her off a very endangered dolphin species. There are currently only 9 of them in the world. And because the ocean is 70% of our planet, we wanted to show that it doesn't only impact the creatures that are living both inside and outside of it, but we also wanted to have a mermaid to implement the human feel to our character and make her more relatable.
So here's a selection of the backgrounds. We wanted to keep some realism while also stylizing it to make it fit to the 2D animation. And for this I used Photoshop and a lot of textured brushes, and these really long backgrounds you see here are meant to be scrolled down like you saw in the shots.
Once we decided that we wanted our main character to be based on a real endangered species, we had to develop the plot and the secondary characters. We had some initial ideas of giving our mermaid a family and multiple animals that she would help, but for the sake of smaller scope and time, we decided to cut it into 1 mermaid and 1 animal, the seagull, which was actually the best decision in order to portray her loneliness and her devastation. And as you can see in some of the beat boards, it's really a really small character in the vastness of the ocean.
Then, as for the technical approach, we use Toon Boom Harmony to animate and also to composite. We also decided to composite in Toon Boom because this way we could check the compositing on our painterly strokes right on in the scene, and we could adjust it depending on what look we want, also to suit to the backgrounds. For painting, also the backgrounds, as I said, I used Photoshop, and for archive we used Google Drive, and for methodology we used Miro. And communication, as most teams today, also Discord. Just a small delve into methodology. The really colorful rainbow board you see on the left here is a shot task tracker board. In the rows you have the different shots, and in the columns you have the state of the shot, where we could just put a sticker once we were done. This really helped us to keep track of which parts of the animation were already done.
For our user testing, we created 2 different surveys at different stages of our production to check the engagement of our audience and see if the message that we wanted to portray was being received correctly. And thanks to the large amount of responses that we got, we could confirm that the message was being portrayed correctly, and the overall feedback was very positive.
Lastly, for our takeaways, I would say what was most intriguing for me at first was the novelty of the scope that we had to deal with, because there were many single small steps that we would need to complete before finishing the product. But luckily, due to our really sufficient task tracking and communication, we were able to manage really well, and we didn't have to crunch too much. And I also really liked trying out some compositing and learning the program Toon Boom.
For me personally, my biggest challenge was multitasking and handling the workload of the project and my other courses. And for that, our great solution was having really great production management within the team and setting our own deadlines.
We had both hardware and software issues, but we did manage to pull through. As Marina said, we had very good collaboration and production management. For me personally, I had difficulty trying to keep myself in a proper track with our schedule, but because we had a very colorful and encouraging shot list, it helped me a lot. And for Teresa, she told us that her biggest problem was also trying to learn both a new program and also getting to adjust to working on a tablet.
For what I will personally take away from this project, as well as our other teammates who are currently away or will be going away after the semester, is all of the collective learnings that we've collected over the project and take it with us for our future projects in our future projects.
So thank you very much for your attention, and lastly we would like to show you this QR code link that will get you to the website of the Ocean Cleanup Project. And this is a quite inspiring organization that plans to clean up 90% of all the world's oceans surface plastic by 2040. Check it out, and thank you very much. And of course you can watch our animation again at the exhibition.
Hello, we are Shadow Wizard Color Gang, and what you just saw was the trailer for our game. So, I'm Quinn. I'm the 2D artist, and I also did UI.
Hi, I'm Yaroslava. I'm 3D artist and 2D artist too.
I'm Niels. I did the level design, and I'm also the production manager.
I'm Tom, and I did the SFX and the programming.
I'm David, and I was responsible for the game design and programming.
So, Shadow Wizard Color Gang is a dynamic 3D parkour platforming game where you play as the graffiti mage Purple, who uses their colorful magic to traverse a city that has fallen under a gray spell, painting it in the color of rebellion. Shadow Wizard Color Gang blends fast-paced parkour platforming, fluid movement, and spectacular graffiti magic. In this game, spells aren't just cast, you hand draw them, further immersing you into the role of a real street mage. So, master the art of movement, choose the right spells, and overcome spectacular parkour obstacles. And how this looks like, David will show you in practice.
The mic stand. Okay, so this is the build of our game. Here we start with the main menu. You can see the logo. And we're gonna probably just start a new game, jump right into it. We start off with a cutscene showing off the first member of the gang that you can encounter. You can talk to him. He will give you like a short tutorial about everything. I will probably skip through it a little. There are dialogue choices as well. He explains the basic mechanics of vaulting and mantling, and as well as the checkpoint system of the game, and also gives you shows you where to go, meaning the billboard. And your goal is to reach it and vandalize it as a proper graffiti mage. Okay. Where is it? In options? Or maybe this works. Yeah, I guess. Okay, here is the first obstacle that we encounter. It is the sludge. We can use our spray can to remove it to progress further into the level. As we progress, we might see some posters of like government propaganda. We can climb over small objects, and we can hang on to ledges. If we continue up, we might notice a collectible. So we will make our way over to that object. We have moving platforms that you can use to scale up the factory. Once you collect a cassette, you unlock a new music track. Here we have a 2D section where the camera locks into place. And once you make your way over, you can spray the billboard to return the color red into the world. Along with unlocking the color into the environment, you also unlock new powers, which you will shortly see. Here, another member of the gang, Red, will use his powers as a graffiti mage, and you unlock those same ones as well. Here we can again talk to him. He thanks us, but we don't have probably time to actually listen to him, so let's just go on our own. Here we have a wall running section where on solid surfaces you can wall run and get some extra distance. Over here we also unlocked an explosion. If we throw a circle, we launch ourselves up. We can try to use it to get over here, but it seems it is a little too steep. So we might have to use a combination of our skills to get over the hump and collect a collectible. There are two kinds of collectibles, cassettes and outfits. For outfits, they change the texture of the player, so we can switch to this one. And once you unlock them, you can also change your outfits. In our menu, you can start playing the cassettes you collected. For now, let's stick with red and probably head back to... Let's head back to red with our red outfit. And this will probably be it for the showcase or for the presentation. If you want to see more of the level, then you will have to play it yourself later.
So, as you've just seen, this is our main character, Purple. He's the newest member in the infamous Color Gang, a rebellious group of graffiti mages. And he's very determined to flex his skills and prove himself to the gang. as together the Color Gang has set out on a mission to restore color to the world after it has been stolen by the evil shadow government.
So, as you could already see in David's playthrough, the world starts out completely gray, with the only spots of color being the billboards, which automatically draws you to parkour towards them, and to tag them, of course. By tagging, you unlock the color as well as some new skills. And so, as you slowly progress through the level, the city turns from bleak and gray to lively and colorful.
To unite our assets in a game, since we also used free asset packs, we created stylized shader that help us to make it believable that every asset live in one world. In our character design, we used bright and vibrant colors to antagonize them to the unbright world. And I also say bright pieces in the world to get your attention, and bright colors help us to kind of make every character unique because they, as you can see, have pretty much the same shape. In terms of asset creation, we focused on creating hero assets and modular assets to create a rich, fulfilling world and maintain the high-quality assets.
So for the graffiti design, I oriented myself on the actual functions of the spell, as well as closely associated looks or designs to the effect that they have. So creating new ways with the explosion, indicating movement and direction with the speed graffiti, referencing the back and forth of the grapple, and representing the color gang with the tag. For the assets, for the 3D textures, it was like breathing life into them. I used the Art Bible to guide my texturing approach, choosing vibrant colors and applying the halftone gradient as well as any details needed to achieve the final look. Here you can see some of our earlier mock-ups. So this is how we imagined the game was going to look like. And then now you can see how we actually implemented it in the game, looking finalized with all the assets ready.
So now we come to the tech part. Our tech architecture relies mostly on those two parts, movement and graffiti. For graffiti, we have established an hierarchical finite state machine that manages over 18 states. And for the graffiti, we have implemented a 3D gesture recognition algorithm that analyzes the user's input in real time. To bridge those two, we use event-driven architecture. This allows gestures to alter physics, like launching the player with the explosion and keeping still the overall systems decoupled and stable. To enhance our environment, we also worked with procedural tessellation to generate this sludge that you saw. For our content pipeline, we used Unity's timeline to create the cutscenes. Yeah, you can press, okay. And a JSON-based dialogue system. To support our soundies and their soundtracks and SFX, we also implemented an adaptive audio system for all their assets. Visually, we also unified the 2D and 3D assets with our custom HLSL shader, with which we can mechanically restore the color into the world again, showing the progress of the user or the player. Yep.
So everybody's favorite topic, methodology. We kept methodology fairly simple and tried to not overcomplicate our production pipeline. And for that, we only used Miro and Discord. Miro was our main collaboration tool. We used it for task tracking, planning the roadmap, brainstorming together, and just having a shared space for ideation. And Discord was the main tool for communication, where we would share updates and progress, work in progress, all that stuff. But the most important thing about our methodology were our 2 weekly meetings. We had one over Discord and one in person, and those really helped us over the course of this project to keep our efforts coherent and just have a constant guideline that we could rely on. We also experienced that sitting together in person and actually talking with each other resolves most of the issues and miscommunications instantly, so we can just highly recommend doing that.
As for user testing, it was actually very valuable in our progress, as we were able to not just test our game, but also get to know our players, and also the game through their lens. We recorded their feedback using questionnaires, so we could apply it in the development later on. Doing this, we were able to improve many mechanics, including spraying, level design, and our movement.
Yeah, as for our key takeaways, for me it was that just because you can implement something doesn't mean you always should. It's good to ask your teammates about everything and communicate regularly.
Yeah, for my key takeaways, it's definitely time estimation, mechanics that are functioning and are polished just take very much time, and you rather should be surprised that you're done early with something than not hitting the deadlines that you make with your team.
My key takeaway is that it's possible to talk about everything during production, and it's important to stay flexible. But what's equally as important is that responsibilities are clearly defined and agreed upon by everybody, so you don't mix them up.
My takeaway is that if you somehow connected to the other person, like for me example, 3D artist and texture artist, we need to communicate more to set everything up that everybody understands and comfortable with the pipeline.
My key takeaway was to get faster with designing and don't get stuck on one version that you have in your head, because later on it will oftentimes be the cause of revising it entirely.
So all that's left to do now is come visit us at the exhibition and play Shadow Wizard Color Gang to restore color to the world.
All right, that's it. Thank you very, very much for the awesome presentations. We will be at the Mensa starting now if you want to finish up setting your booth. And I'm very much looking forward to playing all your games. Thank you.